So
I see we have a call-in user. Who do we have on the line?
Dead trees were gone. They were still there.
I went to coast.
Yeah, they laid them down.
They were baited the kindle.
Yeah,
The ashes.
they sit there and just rot. It's terrible.
Can you hear me?
The air quality.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
In the morning, I could smell it in the morning in the house. And I could smell it outside. In the evening, once in a while, the wind was changing.
Do we have anybody else on the phone who needs to be identified?
Glad you made it home safely.
I'm here.
I don't know if I say.
I thought of you a dozen times. I thought,
That's not a good sign.
No.
That's like the vice principal saying, I've been thinking about you all week.
No, I did, because coming back, I kept thinking, I bet Jim was good. I felt like I was lacking information.
Melanie?
Yes.
Okay, you got me. I called it in, and I'm also on desktop.
Okay.
Well,
Melanie Nancy Gerting.
it's different,
I see you, Nancy.
Thank you.
Over at San Luis Obispo, it was when everybody had rain.
Yeah.
Now, fires are just worse.
Good morning, Jim. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Because I used to go over there on those grain fires, but it was all dry land farm. And the fires were just horrible.
Yeah.
They'd go from Shandon all the way to Templeton.
And that would be like a grass fire.
A grass
Similar
fire.
to a grass fire.
Exactly.
But this is, we're getting fire
Yeah,
tornadoes now. I was
Yeah.
reading yesterday with the way
Oh, it's making
They're
its own, yeah.
they're creating their own
Weather.
weather environment.
No, Gherkin has some photos of that creek fire, and you can just see the smoke drop down and just explode
Yeah.
like you would on a house fire.
Yeah.
So when you get that, and we were in a canyon over there at Creston one summer. And that fire would burn down slow, but then it would preheat the other side and just shoot back up. And they call it a chimney.
Yeah.
And it's like, you could just see that, and then that cold, it was about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And then that cold air was coming down the coast, and then the fire would just, the smoke would get about 400 or 500 feet. and
That's
it
like
would
mine.
drop.
I don't know if I can get it in my garage though.
Yeah.
And then it would, because it
Yeah,
would
that
be
might be a
clear,
problem.
you could see smoke, and then all of a sudden, it's like the fog come in.
Yeah.
And then 2
Almost
hours
like a
later.
tool fire. You
Yeah,
can't even
yeah,
drive through it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so we kept the fire out of Creston. But, and then that was when all those World War II almond trees were over there. They were starting to die too. So we would get a lot of crowning in those almond trees, but it was nothing like these 90, 70 and 90 foot trees.
That's right.
These were only 30 and 40 foot.
Those things are like blow torches.
Oh,
They really are.
They're like
Yeah.
blow torches. I know
They
my
started a
brother-in-law
fire
up
in
there,
Oregon.
They said
I
that.
did. I was in Medford on Thursday night. They caught on fire Friday
oh,
morning.
God.
Yeah, and there was one show when I was driving from Southern Oregon into California. One of them was shut down, the park was shut
Yeah,
down. And the sky was orange, I mean, deep orange, and you just felt like one ember was gonna go.
Yeah, everything was just preheated.
Oh, what is going on
But
there?
man, yeah, no, some of those grass fires were pretty
Came in.
scary, but.
Wow. It's a blessing, everybody's safe. I hope
Yeah,
knock on wood.
yeah.
I don't know how that happened. Sorry.
It's a secondary camera.
When we got to make picker parts, you gotta go
course.
to the machines up there.
Here we try to do a good thing.
So
We just make things harder.
If it comes up in the middle, and I'm not here,
All the
just
Oh, yeah. I think that.
switch out
Yeah.
and switch it to just, instead of a capture, just switch it to the one.
Yeah,
If,
okay.
you know, if we need
Yeah,
to on the
okay.
fly.
I gotcha.
He's set up. He said he's gonna go to Patrick.
Okay.
But I chatted you my phone number,
Okay.
and that way if you need anything.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
Call,
everything
text, right over.
Okay. Sounds good. Hi, Dom.
Up there, they call them motorheads, but they get some of these. They kept a couple of crews down south because they were afraid. You know, they pretty much had the control. And 9:01.
You're good.
Okay, good morning. Today is September 14th, 2020, and September 14th, 2020, and this is a special meeting of the Kings County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Joe Nevs,
Here.
Richard Valley,
Here.
Doug Verboon.
Here.
Craig Peterson,
Here.
Rick Segundis.
Here.
Okay, we have all 5 members present. We're ready to conduct our budget hearings today. If you would all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll move on to unscheduled appearances. Any person may directly address the board at this time on any item on the agenda or any other item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. 2 minutes are allowed. Boy, do we have anybody on the line?
Mr. Chairman?
No hands up. Oh, you have a,
Yes.
Campbell is ready to speak.
Yes, I just want to let the board know and let everyone know that there will be mobile testing, COVID-19 testing out in our front parking lot this morning. We are encouraging our employees to go get tested. And so I wanted to remind everyone that the mobile testing unit will be out front off of Lacey Boulevard at the entrance to the county. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Okay, we'll go on now and we'll start item number 3, final budget hearings from administration. Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, members of the board. Rebecca Campbell, County Administrative Officer. We are here this morning, finally. It's been a while. Our budget hearings were delayed this year due to COVID-19 and all the impacts at the state. But we're here today to present the proposed final fiscal year 2020-21 budget for your board's review, approval, and to seek direction on how to move forward. At the end of the presentation, we will ask your board to close the budget hearings and then to direct staff to bring back the final budget resolution. I want to first start off by introducing the budget team. We have Curia Martinez, who is the Assistant County Administrative Officer, CAO. And I want to welcome Curia back to the team. Curia used to work here and she's back and helping us out. And she's here for the budget hearing, so that's fantastic. I want to introduce Administrative Analyst Domingo Cruz, who's been a rock in the admin office. And I want to thank him for all his help this year. And I also want to talk about my executive secretary, Sarah Poots, who has been a tremendous help this year in getting everything done as well. So I also want to talk about many others who assisted us in getting to where we are today. On the budget front this year, it was probably the most unusual year that I've experienced in my 15 years working on Kings County's budgets. In October of 2019, the county migrated to a new financial management system. I want to thank our Director of Finance, Jim Erb's team, specifically Elizabeth Cruz, Rob Knudsen, Dave Schwartz, and the whole finance team for putting their hearts and souls into the conversion process. This was not a simple upgrade project, and it's been a learning process for everyone using the system. After going live with the system, installation started on the budget module in the wintertime. It's been somewhat painful working with the new system, but we all managed to get to where we are today. I again want to thank the finance team for their assistance to us with the budget, and also want to thank all the budget staff in the departments throughout the county. The budget and finance teams are still in the midst of finalizing the conversion process. The budget book itself, the orange books you have in your hands, those come from a third-party product, and we are still finalizing the final budget, and we'll work towards ensuring the reports are very correct once we submit them to the state. In early spring, which felt like overnight, the world was hit with the COVID-19 pandemic. Nobody here knew something like this happened, and the economy was shut down. It reset the budget at the state level, and they were dealing with a massive shortfall in revenues. And Kings County had also been and continues to be greatly impacted. I want to thank the department heads for navigating this past year operationally and fiscally. It was a challenging year, and I want to thank specifically Ed Hill and the Department of Public Health for taking the front line, fighting this pandemic and working towards reopening our economy. On the budget front, I also want to say thank you to Human Resources staff, Information Technology staff, and the printing staff, and everyone else I failed to mention. Thank you for getting us to where we are today. So we can pull up that presentation. I'd like to share the screen and we'll dive right in. Yeah. Perfect, thank you. Okay. The clerk is trying to share the screen right now.
Rebecca, do you want to announce that we have the admin room open and the podium here if anybody would like to come present?
Yes, we have deployed the multi-purpose room at the administration building over at the county. And so if anybody wants to speak in person, we have some protocols set up, cleaning protocols. They would need to come in one by one. They can call Catherine Venturella and request, but they would come in for their time to speak and then clean the podium after they leave. And then that space is available for that. Okay, so are we good to go? Great, thank you. Okay, so the process to be followed for budget hearings today is we will start by doing an overview of the fiscal year 2021 proposed final budget, do a review of the charts, total funds and general fund, and then we'll look at department budgets in volume 1 order. We'll stop at 10 a.m. and we'll do an impact developmental fee hearing, and then we'll stop at 2 p.m. and do a realignment transfer hearing. Okay. So just wanted to give your board a few highlights that are in the budget this year. COVID-19 really impacted the county this year. Our revenue losses are directly related to the economy shutting down due to COVID-19. These revenue streams are funded with state sales tax and vehicle license fees. And there was just a stop to the economy in March. And so it did affect our revenues. Prop 172 revenues, our public safety revenues that come from state sales tax, we did see a decline of $760,000. Hazardous waste taxes saw a decline of $250,000. AB 109, that's public safety realignment revenues that are also funded with state sales taxes, largely impacted of $1.1 million. And then sales and use tax, decline of $350,000. But on the other side, we did have some gains. Property taxes in a recession typically trail a few years, they lag a few years back if they're going to decline. So we did see a gain there, and we did have growth of $1.2 million. And then charges for services did go up by $1.2 million, and we're probably seeing the impact of the master fees going up in the county that we did 2 years ago. The county was very lucky that it is receiving actually $15,662,000 in coronavirus relief funds. that is one-time money that is in this budget, and they're fully allocated with revenues and expenses tied to those. So we were lucky to receive those because the county has been greatly impacted by the pandemic, and funding is contingent on the board attestation to adhere to the state laws and executive orders for novel coronavirus and the state reopening guidelines. Other assumptions in the budget, we did see cost increases. CalPERS cost, $2.5 million increase. We're seeing the full impact of the discount rate reduction, and impacts of COVID-19 have not occurred yet. We'll see those start next year. CalPERS is working to manage their losses. The last article I read is that they were borrowing money to try to make money and make up for the losses they incurred due to COVID-19. Liability insurance, we have a $413,000 increase in the budget. Health insurance, a $200,000 increase. We continue to have the Human Services Agency debt service payment of $500,000 payment to the general fund. One Solution payment, now that is our new finance enterprise management system. That is a $335,000 payment for that system. In this budget, we have the funding for a new property tax system replacement. That system is on an old mainframe that is no longer supported, going out of support. And so we have $402,000 budgeted for that project replacement. We also have a number of capital projects that we will talk about later in the presentation. We have projects for our juvenile center, court remodel, Avenel and Lemoore libraries, sheriff evidence building, sheriff operations. Okay. Future concerns. So just calling out a few things upcoming that we're keeping an eye on. SB 823, that is a proposal, actually it's adopted, a realignment of Department of Juvenile Justice. That is going to be a huge impact to the county. They're looking at realigning the whole juvenile justice system, creating a new government body that we will have to adhere to, and additional responsibilities that necessarily counties aren't set up to do. So that has been a high point of advocacy with our state agencies, our lobbyists, and our probation department has been involved as well. Employee benefits, CalPERS, I just talked about that. So that remains to be seen what will happen there with our rates. Upcoming ballot measures, just the two I wanted to, that will be directly impact the county is the bail reform referendum. That will greatly impact the probation department, and also property tax changes, which is it would be an increase in funding for local governments by changing the tax assessment of commercial and industrial properties. So we'll have to see how the election pans out. Also, the pandemic has not gone away. We are continuing to have COVID-19 impacts. The funding that we received only goes through December 30th for the coronavirus relief funds. So we'll have to see how we move forward this next fiscal year when those funds run out. Also, how will our revenues look in the future? We continue to have some of the economy shut down, and how is that going to impact us moving forward? And then workers' compensation expansions. There are a number of bills that are waiting to be signed by the governor that will greatly impact and expand our workers' compensation area. So now I'm going to turn it over to Curia Martinez, and she's going to talk about the actual numbers.
Good morning, board members. Curia Martinez, Assistant County Administrative Officer. It's great to be back and going on 2 weeks now.
If you want to take your mask off, you can.
Yep.
We're over 6 feet away.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the charts. So if you look at charts, we'll go ahead and start with total expenditures, which is chart 1 at 393.8 million. Total financing sources is 393.85 million. Chart number 3 would be look at the general fund expenditures, which is 285.3 million, and then the general fund financing sources is at 286.1 million. And then we'll take a look at the position allocations and some of the positions we added.
That's right.
You want me to try? Okay. Okay, next we'll look at chart one. So chart one is the 2021 final proposed budget summary. This looks at the entire county budgets, includes all funds, including general fund. This chart reflects expenditures by function. Public assistance is again at our highest expenditure function and has remained that way since fiscal year 14-15. Our general government is at 33.8 million, which is a $9.7 million increase from last year's adopted budget. Public safety is at 102.3 million, which is $2.4 million increase from last year. Public transportation is at 16.8 million, a 1.8 million decrease. Health is at 50.4 million with a 4.8 million increase. Public assistance is at 113.3 million, which is a $9.8 million increase from last year. Education and recreation is at 5.06, which is a $350,000 decrease. Capital projects are at 39.1 million, which is a $13.5 million increase. And then all other funds, which includes the ISF, internal service funds, the agency funds, reserves, debt service, and contingencies is at 32.87, which is a $1.2 million increase. All other, primarily the increases in contingencies. Contingencies total is at 25.4 million. Now we take a look at chart two, which is the financing sources. This looks at all funds for the county. As you can see, 57% of our revenues come from state and federal sources. Property and general taxes account for 15% of our budgeted revenues. State and federal is at 224.9 million, which is a $23.5 million increase from last year's adopted. Public safety sales tax is at 8.2 million, which is a 910,000 decrease from last year's. Hazardous waste tax is at 1.3 million, which is $250,000 decrease from last year. General taxes, property taxes is at 60.5 million, which is a $1.5 million increase. Charges for services is at 13.8 million, which is a $1.2 million increase from last year. Other revenue is at 40.5 million, which is a $13.6 million increase. And fund balance is at 44.3 million, which is a $690,000 increase from last year's adopted. So now we take a look at chart three, which is the final proposed 2021 general fund. So this chart shows general fund expenses only. This chart is showing a gap between public assistance and public safety at 37.5% versus 28.8%. That doesn't include fire. So the general fund expenditures are shown in millions. So the general government is at 32.9 million, which is 11.5% increase, or about a $9.7 million increase. Public assistance is at 107.02 million, which is a 37% increase, or a $9.2 million increase. Health is at 50.4 million, which is a 17% increase, or about a $4.8 million increase. Education and recreation is at 2.76 million, which is a $5,000 decrease. Public safety is at 82.2 million, which is a 28% increase, or about a $2.1 million increase. Debt services is at 94,000, which is a $20,000 decrease from last year's adopted. And contingencies are at 9 million, which is a 3.1% increase, or about $900,000 increase from last year's. Now we'll take a look at chart four, which is the 2021 final proposed budget, general fund financing sources, which we are at 286.1 million. This is showing the revenue sources for general fund only. State and federal are at 186.1 million, which is a 65% increase from last year. Public safety sales tax is a 6.7 million, which is a 2.3% decrease. Hazardous waste is at 1.3 million, which is a $250,000 decrease. General taxes is at 50.02 million, which is a 17% increase. Charges for services and fees is at 12.8 million, which is a 4.5% increase. or about $1.1 million increase. Other revenues at $12.3 million, which is a 4.3% increase, or about a $1.1 million increase. Reserves are at 0. Fund balance is at $16.6 million, which is a 5.8% increase, or about $1.3 million increase over prior year. The total for chart 4 is 286.1, which is a $26.9 million increase over last year's adopted budget.
So your board will notice that chart 4, the total doesn't match chart 3. In the past, it's always matched, but this year, what we're proposing after talking to the finance director, since we reached our goal in contingencies of $9 million, we are proposing to put $724,433 into general fund reserves for economic uncertainty. Last year, when the pandemic hit, the economy stopped. A lot of county operations slowed down, and also a number of things stopped. Travel stopped, events stopped, some of the purchasing stopped. So we saw our fund balance come in higher. And so they're one-time monies, and we thought we would take a small bite at the apple and set some aside in our bank account. It's not a lot of money, but it's some of those one-time monies that we didn't spend last year. And so we are recommending to set them aside in reserve. And the next slide will show you how that looks.
So here we have a budget equation. And so if we just start with the left-hand side and work down the chart, we'll run through the adopted 2019-20 on the far left. We had a fund balance of 15.2, and we had 0 reserves, and we had a current year revenue of 24.74 million, which we had available financing of 258 million. Our expenditures were at 250.2, with the contingencies at 8.1. Total appropriations was 258.7 million. And so for recommended, we had 14.7 in fund balance. We had a current year revenue at 246.8 million. And then we had available financing at 261.6 million. Our expenditures were recommended at 252.7 million, with contingencies at 8.9. Total appropriations for recommended was 261.6 million. And now if you look on the far right, this is the recommended proposed is 16.6 in fund balance, current year reserve revenue of 269.4 million, with an available financing of 286.1 million. Expenditures are at 276.3 million, with the contingencies at 9 million. And then that designated reserve that Rebecca was talking about of the 700,000. And then the total appropriations at $286.11 million. We needed to build our contingencies to 9 million, and we reached our goal. Here we look at the general fund budget equation history. So if you focus on the available in the bold column, that chart continues to show a growth since the last recession in 2009, 2010. Our available financing hit an all-time low in that year of 2009, 2010. And that year we infused 2.6 million in reserves to help with the situation. That helped us with a fund balance in fiscal year 2010, 2011. Our contingencies were the lowest that they had ever been at 3.8 million. In fiscal year 11-12, our fund balance was the lowest, and from that point, you can see that you can start to see a sustained recovery. In fiscal year 12-13, we took 1 million to workers' comp and 1 million to liability self-insurance. And in 19-20, it shows a balanced budget with rising costs. In fiscal year 2021, this one, however, the important note is that we have a structural imbalance between ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures. That means our fund balance needed each year to maintain operations. This worked fine as long as we have a surplus at the end of the year, but if one bad year were to occur, the county would have to force to take significant action to respond. I want to address that over the last 10 years. You can see we've taken out money out of our reserves, but we never actually put any back. Since we've reached our 9 million contingency mark this year, we want to take a small bite and add one-time fund back into the reserves. If estimated fund balance is at 6.6 million and contingencies are at 9 million, we have a $7.6 million gap, which is being used to fund operations. If the budget were to be fully expended, we would begin fiscal year 21-22 needing to cut $7.6 million with zero contingency. So the contingencies make up about 54% of the final budget. That means that the general fund will need a combination of anticipated revenues and or savings expenses. So here you could see how the fund balance and contingency have compared over the years. So here we have the position allocation. This one shows all the entire employees. So we have allocated positions for this year at 1,584.71 full-time equivalent FTEs, which is a 6.0 FTE positions more than last year's adopted budget. 17.0 FTE positions were added as part of the amended budget. This budget recommends a reduction of 11.0 FTE positions from the amended. There were positions added and deleted. Of note, there was additions in probation and sheriff's department this year. And then there were deletions in the Department of Public Health from last year's adopted budget. We will just be discussing these later on when we discuss each budget unit. So we will get in the process for individual department budget review. We'll be looking at both volumes. Volume 1 is the narratives and volume 2 shows the numbers. Page numbers for both volumes will be referenced, and our administrative staff will call out any changes from the proposed numbers, including any board actions, rebudgeted amounts, or what we call carryovers or rollovers, and changes to position allocation. After all questions are answered, we would like to ask for a temporary due pass with a motion and second for each budget unit. May we answer any questions about the chart before we begin budget discussion?
Mr. Chairman? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Richard Valley. Just a quick one. Mr. Chairman, on the presentation so far, a couple of slides ago, we were updated on the status of reserves and where one-time monies was put in. The question moving forward, if at any time today, if any board member is looking to have a discussion to bring in something into the budget that's not currently in there, is that the first stop? Is that the first funding source that we look at?
Your board could look at that area. Your board could look anywhere in the budget, as long as it's not tied to a subvented program. We also have a contingency built in, so there's area in the budget that your board could look at.
Thank you, Rebecca. And then, Mr. Chairman, the other question is on the chart of expenditures for the county budget. I noticed public safety. I believe a change in order. Historically, has public safety been in the top 2 or number 1 when it comes to what we fund out of the county budget? And I didn't get to see what order that public safety is ranked at in this proposed budget. Can we get that?
I can tell you right now, Supervisor Valley, public assistance has been our highest expenditure since fiscal year 14-15. So it's tied to state and federal programs, and those programs have increased. So they have surpassed public safety in fiscal year 14-15.
Okay, can you just, what else came before public safety? Was it education?
No. Public safety's number right up there with it. Everything else is behind that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm good.
Thank you. Area.
Okay, We will begin with the Board of Supervisors, Budget Unit 110000. Volume 1 is page 1, Volume 2 is page 43. This is a general fund budget unit. There are 7.0 FTEs recommended for fiscal year 2021. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures at $952,955 with a net revenue of 0. Net county cost is $952,955. This is a 3.38 decrease in net county cost from last year's adopted budget, or about a $33,000 decrease. Temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass.
Second.
Joe and Greg?
I want to also,
We need a vote on that. We vote on that. at the end, right?
I'd like to also point out to your board that we have given you a copy of the final budget changes by account. So when we talk about the final budget changes today, we will do it by category, and then we will call out the total of those account changes and why.
Okay, we have temporary due pass on the first one with Joe and Craig, and move on out to general fund.
Okay, general fund revenue, budget unit 110900, volume 1, page 4, volume 2, page 45. This is a general fund budget unit. Net expenditures are at 0. Net revenues at $59,884,890. Net county cost of 0. There are no final budget changes. The total recommended revenue of $59,884,089 is a $2.08 million increase than last year's adopted budget. That's a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass. Second.
Richard and Joe. Next one will be local response.
So this budget unit, local response, budget unit 110911, this was added in the proposed final. This is where we are budgeting all our coronavirus relief funds for all the small business relief program. There is no page in the volume 1 for this budget unit just yet, just because we added it. This is a general fund budget unit. Final budget changes is increase intergovernmental revenue by $8,616,047. Increase in services and supplies by $8,582,539. Net expenditures are $8,682,539 with a net revenue of $8,616,047 with a net county cost of $66,492.
This budget unit is where you will find the money set aside for the small business program, the coronavirus relief program for the small businesses. We budgeted those funds here, and there's a number of other coronavirus relief funded programs budgeted here as well. Thank you.
Temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass by Craig, second by Joe, and we'll move on now to administrator office.
This is the administration budget unit 111000. Volume 1 is page 6. Volume 2 is page 48. The general fund budget unit. There are 7.0 FTEs recommended for fiscal year 2021. We did recommend to delete 1.0 FTE water and natural resources division manager. The final budget changes are as follows. There's an increase in services and supplies by 10,000, and that was due to COVID-19 relief funds. Net expenditures at $1,094,884 with a net revenue of $47,491. The net county cost is $1,047,393. This budget has a decrease of $43,827 from last fiscal year, or a 4% decrease, plus a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass by Richard.
Mr. Chairman, quick question.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor.
Mr. Chairman, on the removal of the, can they go back on the slide, please? On the removal of the position, the Water and Natural Resources Division Manager, can I ask at this point if that employee are they still going to be working in our office under a different position, or is the removal of this funding actually removing an employee? Can we get clarity on that?
Yes, Supervisor Valley, that position is vacant, and The position will go away, the responsibilities will still stay within the department.
So no one's losing their job?
Correct, the position is vacant.
Oh, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Joe. And move on now to elections. And Dom.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning. My name is Domingo Cruz, one of your administrative analysts. We are, on the slide is the Department of Finance, which is Budget Unit 121000. Volume 1 is on page 16 and Volume 2 is on page 50. It is a general fund budget unit. There are 18.0 FTE recommended for FY 2021. We are recommending to delete 1.0 FTE, account clerk 1, 2, and 3. Final budget changes, increase services and supplies by 40,000 to address COVID-19 impacts, decrease other charges by $269,206. This is due to moving all expenses of the property tax system to budget unit 121600. Financial and HR systems for easier tracking. The net expenditure is $3,467,540. The net revenues is $996,055. The net county cost is $2,471,485. This represents a $27,700 increase in net county costs from FY 19-20 adopted budget, or a 1.25% increase. Request a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass. From Joe and Richard. We'll move on now to Department of Finance.
So the next.
Financial and HR systems are next.
Okay, financial and HR systems will be next pages 21 and 52.
So this budget unit is 121600. Volume 1 is page 21. Volume 2 is page 52. This is the general fund budget unit. Final budget changes include increasing services implied by 401,800. That increase is due to the Megabyte project, and that was in finance. We budgeted originally in there, but we removed it from the assessor's budget and from the finance budget into one consolidated budget unit. That's the reason for that change. Net expenditures are at 940,813, with a net revenue of 0 and a net county cost of 940,813. Request a temporary due pass.
Mr. Chairman, question.
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, the increased services and supplies at $401,800, is that all CARES funds?
No, Supervisor Valley, those are general funds.
Okay, so we could assume that they're general funds moving forward, because I'm seeing each slide now having this. If it's CARES funds, you're going to call that out?
Yes, we will.
Are you, just so I know moving forward and for the public, are you, based on the decision from the last board meeting when the board allocated the close to $4 million in CARES funds, are you spending 100% of that throughout the presentation today?
Yes, they are fully allocated.
Okay, because just, well, last Tuesday, I believe the direction was to allocate it your way, and that if anything else came up as we moved forward, whatever wasn't spent, we could talk about it. But you're moving forward today to spend 100% of it, so later on, there's no discussion to be had with these CARES funds. Am I correct?
They are in the budgets. I don't know the timing on this expenditures. It takes time to move forward with some of those contracts, things like that. But yes, they are fully allocated.
Okay,
Mr.
so
Chair.
that's what I'm trying to find out. This is very important moving forward. There's some wiggle room here, because even though the board, if the board passes this budget as presented today, you're saying that still the money will not be 100% spent because it takes time to allocate these monies or go out and order some of these items that were on that list presented to the board 2 weeks ago. Am I correct?
No, I'm saying that the allocations will be in the budget. I can give you an example. We set aside $175,000 for the assessor's office. Right now, she is working on an RFP that's coming before your board, not an RFP, but a contract. The contract's coming before your board tomorrow. So this budget allocates that 175,000. And actually, your board did that previously. We're just cleaning up the numbers. And so that is in here. We are calling out those changes related to board actions, and this is one of them. And so, you know, it's processed to get that contract, you know, run it through council, work with the vendor. So, you know, it will eventually be spent, but it's fully allocated in this budget, and we will call those out for you.
Okay, but can you just give me a yes or no answer here, please? When it comes to CARES funds, moving forward in the discussion today, if any board member wants to talk about funding an XYZ, whatever that is, are you going, is the ability to go back to these CARES funds there, or are you positioning them, as it looks like, to have them 100% allocated for and called for?
Mr. Chair, if I could perhaps bring some clarity based on the prior board action, I would be happy to do that.
Appreciate it.
The board action 2 weeks ago with respect to allocation of the CARES funds was done for the purpose of ensuring that by the end of the year, all of the funds would be expended. The action that the board took was to adopt an allocation with the condition that at any point in time before December 30th, if there were unexpended funds, not unallocated funds, but unexpended funds, that the board could revisit that and reallocate that for other response purposes. So I'm concerned that we might be confusing the record a little bit between the terms allocated funds, which, as the CAO has pointed out, are fully allocated within the budget. That doesn't mean that they will be expended in that way, or that the board cannot revisit the actual destination for those expenditures. I just wanted to help with that clarification.
I get it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the delay. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a temporary due pass?
Temporary due pass.
Richard?
Second.
And Craig. Next one will be county council.
So next we have County Council Budget Unit 130000. Volume 1 is page 21. Volume 2 is page 53. This is a general fund budget unit. There are 13.0 FTEs recommended for fiscal year 2021. There is a recommendation to delete a 1.0 FTE legal clerk 1/2/legal secretary, which was in their proposed budget. Final budget changes include increasing their services and supplies by $15,000. We are increasing due to the Board of Equalization and COVID-19 impacts. Net expenditures at $1,903,254, with the net revenue of $886,000, with the net county costs of $1,017,254. This represents a $12,078 decrease in Lake County costs from last year's adopted budget, or about a 1% decrease. The reduction in cost has to do with the decrease in staffing as well as reduced costs associated to high-speed rail litigation. Request a temporary due pass.
So just to point out, in this budget, there's $5,000 of COVID-19 expenditures.
Okay, for due pass,
Temporary due pass.
Richard and Joe. Move on out of human resources.
This is Human Resources, which is budget unit 140000. Volume 1 is on page 26, and volume 2 is on page 55. It is a general fund budget unit. There are 9 FTE recommended for FY 2021. The final budget changes: increase services and supplies by $20,000, This is for background investigation and COVID-19 impacts. The net expenditure is $1,164,775. The net revenue is $166,378, and the net county cost is $998,397. This represents a $37,637 decrease in net county costs from FY 19-20 adopted budget, or a 3.56% decrease. Requires a temporary due pass.
And just to point out, in this budget unit, there's $10,000 of COVID-19 expenditures.
Temporary due pass from Richard and Joe.
Second.
And we'll move on now to insurance.
Next, we have insurance budget unit 141000. Volume 1 is page 32. Volume 2 is page 57. This is a general fund budget unit. There are no final budget changes. We have a net expenditure of $2,660,929 with a net revenue of $0, with a net county cost of $2,660,929. This represents a $413,000 increase from last year's fiscal year adopted budget, or about an 18% increase from last fiscal year.
Temporary due pass from Joe.
Second.
And Craig. We'll move on now to employee benefits.
This is the employee benefits budget unit 142000. Volume 1 is page 34. Volume 2 is page 58. This is a general fund budget unit. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditure is at $4,741,048 with the net revenue the same. There is a net county cost of $0. Request a temporary due pass.
Joe
So
and Craig. Move on now to unemployment compensation.
This is budget unit 148500, unemployment compensation. Volume 1, page 35. Volume 2 is page 59. This is a general fund budget unit. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures is at $1,200 with a net revenue of $0 and a net county cost of $1,200. Request a temporary.
And we budgeted a total, we kept it at $200,000 for unemployment insurance claims again this year.
And you think that's gonna be adequate?
We're hoping so. Employees are staying in their positions, but we do have the added increases from the COVID-19 impacts. So, but those additional expenses were being covered by the federal government. So we are, keeping the line.
Yeah. It seems like it needed a little bit of a increase, but it seems like, this pandemic, the indicators don't seem to be tracking the actual expenses. So I can see where you made that assumption, but when you analyze the pandemic, it sure doesn't seem like it would make sense.
We'll track it and we'll make sure we really look at it mid-year and, make sure we're on point.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Temporary due pass.
Second. Temporary due pass from Joe and Richard. Move on now to assessor. Dom.
Sorry, that's,
We want to move to elections next. I think we had a hiccup in our list, so elections was up at the top there, but it's like the fourth line down, so we want to move to elections
Okay,
next.
we'll move on now to elections.
Thank you.
this is elections, which is budget unit 155000. Volume 1 is on page 12 and volume 2 is on page 62. It is a general fund budget unit. There are 6.0 FTE recommended for FY 2021. No final budget changes. The net expenditure is $1,322,539. The net revenue is $469,500, and the net county cost is $853,039. This represents a $178,836 decrease in net county costs from FY 19-20 adopted budget, or a 17.33% decrease. Request a temporary due pass.
temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass from Richard and Joe. And now we'll go to the assessor.
Yes, sir. This is assessor and clerk recorder, which are budget units 152000 and 157200. Volume 1 is on page 36, and volume 2 is on page 60 for the assessor, and page 69 for the clerk recorder. It is a general fund budget unit. There are 31 FTE recommended for FY 2021. The final budget changes increase services and supplies by $175,000. This is from the Coronavirus Relief Fund. This will be used for their scanning project to reduce personal interaction with the public when requesting documents. This is the one that Rebecca was mentioning earlier. Decrease other charges by $53,117. This is due to moving of all expenses of the property tax system to budget unit 121600, financial and HR system budget unit for easier tracking. The net expenditure is $3,460,397. The net revenue is $1,718,090, and the net county cost is $1,742,307. This represents an increase of $75,826 in net county costs from FY 1920 adopted budget, or a 4.55% increase. Requires a temporary due pass.
From Joe and Richard. You. Recorder. No, that's not it. A contribution to other tribal gaming.
So this is Tribal Gaming Fund, budget unit 178000. Volume 1 is page 42. Volume 2 is page 64. This is a Tribal Gaming Fund. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures at $900,000 with net revenue of $900,000. There is zero net county cost. This budget is still recommended to be split between fire at $700,000 and sheriff at $200,000. Kings County is still in negotiations for a new MOU plus a temporary due pass.
Richard and Joe.
Mr. Chairman, quick question. On the, when do we anticipate going back in there and finalizing the agreement? And if it comes out higher than the $900,000, at that point, just want to be clear, will the board have the opportunity where to allocate anything above $900,000?
Thank you, Supervisor Valley. I appreciate the question. Yes, that is something that we are actively working on. We have been working with the tribe since before the pandemic on a new memorandum of understanding. We are picking back up those negotiations, and we will be bringing something back to your board. So your board should expect that this year soon.
Okay, are you going, when you bring it back, are you bringing it back with your recommendation of where to allocate anything above and beyond? Or will it be for discussion?
We would bring back whatever's agreed upon with the tribe before your board. So those, we haven't finalized those negotiations yet, but once we do, we'll bring back if there's any new amounts or anything like that.
Are you still meeting with them, right? I got off the board and gave my position to Central Valley, so are you guys still meeting?
We've been corresponding.
Our meetings prior to March, but we met pretty regularly for a while, a large contingency of a good county team going out there. And the direction I'm going, Rebecca, is if anything extra is coming in, I mean, my opinion, I'd like to see a little more go to the sheriff's department here. I see it divided on a $700,000, $200,000 split. And if anything else extra is coming in, I'd like to have that discussion. So if you could just please note that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Valley.
Okay, we'll move on now to contribution to other funds.
This is contribution to other funds, budget unit 179000. Volume 1 is page 44. Volume 2 is page 65. This is a general fund budget unit. The general fund contribution, it goes to other places. For example, the contribution to internal service funds for public works expenses, which are not charged to departments for services performed. Building maintenance of $3,817,000. which was a 9.5% increase from last year. And then their surveyor comes out of this one, which is 181,166 for this year. Final budget changes are increased to other charges by 39,744. That's due to adjustments in charges from building maintenance and surveyor. And then an increase to finances uses by $53,334. And that's for the repayment to Fleet Fund for the Hickey Well failure repayment. Net expenditures at $6,594,617 with a net revenue of $1,457,000 and a net county cost of $5,137,617. Request a temporary due pass.
Temporary, thank you.
Joe and Craig. We'll move on now to support of organizations. Dom.
This is support of organizations, which is budget unit 180,000. Volume 1 is on page 46 and volume 2 is on page 66. It is general fund budget unit. No final budget changes. The $53,000 is for the Economic Development Corporation participation. Net expenditure is $53,000 and the net revenue is $0. And then the net county cost is $53,000. Request a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass.
Richard and Craig. Move on now to Public Guardian.
Next, we have the Public Guardian Veteran Service Budget Unit 203100. Volume 1 is page 48. Volume 2 is page 71. This is a general fund budget unit. There are 10.0 FTEs recommended for fiscal year 2021. This budget was contested at proposed budget, but we were able to add a 1.0 FTE Veteran Service Rep 1/2, so the budget is no longer contested. Final budget changes are adding the 1.0 FTE Veteran Service Rep 1/2 and increasing their salaries and benefits by $53,346. Net expenditures at $657,110 with a net revenue of $238,500. Net county cost is $418,610. This is a 3% increase in net county costs from last year's adopted budget, or about a $12,236 increase. Request a temporary due pass.
Mr. Chair, temporary due pass. I'd also just like to thank staff and Rebecca for working out that issue, working with Public Guardian and Veteran Services on this issue. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Temporary due pass by Richard Valley, and second by Richard Fagundes. Move on now to the Law Library.
And this is Law Library, which is budget unit 210200. Volume 1 is page 54. Volume 2 is page 73. This is a law library fund. There are 0.8 FTE recommended, 0.80 FTE recommended for fiscal year 2021. Net expenditures is $80,768 with a net revenue of $86,000. Net county cost is $5,232. There are no final budget changes. Request a temporary due pass.
Due pass.
Craig and Joe, and move on now to DA.
You want to do the 10 o'clock public hearing? Or do you need some?
Yeah, we need to do it 10.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know, Melanie, do you need some change over time? Oh, so you're just gonna roll right into it? Yeah, okay then. Yeah, so if it's 10 o'clock.
Okay, it's 10 a.m. and it's time for a public hearing from administration, Rebecca Campbell and Domingo Cruz.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good morning again. Domingo Cruz. On June 21, 2005, your board adopted ordinance number 633 for developmental impact fees. In order to collect the fees in an annual basis, it is required that we come back to your board and update the construction schedule and give you an update on the impact fee budget and everything that goes along with it. So in your agenda packet, you have the agenda item requesting for a public hearing, requesting adopting the resolution for the development impact fees, and to select an option in regards to adjusting the fees. There's also a copy of the resolution and several exhibits. The exhibits are inadvertently included with the Health Realignment Fund Transfer Public Agenda item, so that's where they're located at. So Exhibit A is the construction schedule. The ordinance requires that development of a construction schedule, which must be reviewed by your board annually. It includes two new additions from last year, which are the SB 81 Juvenile Center Construction Remodel Project and a project to update the capital improvement plan. Exhibit B is the fee table, which is updated by using the engineering news record construction cost index for the city of Los Angeles and the city of San Francisco. So going over the history of the fees for Kings County, this year shows a proposed 3.58% increase in the fees. So going over the past 5 years, in 2015, as a result of the David and Taussig and Associates Inc. Development Impact Fee Justification Study, an approximate 20% average increase was called for, and your board adopted an approximate 20% average increase. In 2016, it called for a 2.48% increase, and your board adopted a 2.48% increase. In 2017, it called for a 2.0% increase, and your board adopted a 2.0 increase. In 2018, it called for a 3.16% increase, and your board adopted a 0% increase. Last year, in 2019, your board adopted a 2.16% increase. Going over the Exhibit C, Impact Fee Financial Report, it shows the history of all the financial of all the developmental impact fees. Since 2005, 2006, when we started, we have accumulated about $9.6 million in impact fees, including the interest. To date, $2.9 million has been encumbered or spent, leaving a balance of about $6.7 million as of June 30, 2020. Those fees are adjusted by the Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index for Los Angeles and San Francisco areas, as mentioned earlier. And Exhibit D, the public facility fee change calculation is done on an annual basis, and we use the month of March to do the calculation. So going over the history of projects spent by impact fees, in 2005, 2006, we started collecting those fees. In 2008, 2009, the Miners Advocate Office was relocated, and the DS office got expanded into that space using impact fees. Your board deleted the Sheriff Patrol and investigation fees in FY 2010, 2011, effective November 1, 2010. At that time, your board chose to use the remaining balances of those impact fees to use on the sheriff evidence relocation from the morgue to the operations building. However, we did not use any impact fees, so those funds are still there, but a new evidence space is still needed. Your board suspended an animal services fee in FY 2011, 2012, effective November 1, 2011. The library was originally slated to begin their expansion of the Hanford branch in 2009, 2010, but that was put on hold indefinitely due to the economy. The Moore and Admiral libraries are now proposed on the impact fee construction schedule for some renovations and are proposed in the capital improvement program for FY 2020-21 to begin the design and construction work for both libraries. In 2011, 2012, the jail expansion and the Moore relocation projects were started. A total of $2,262,843 was transferred from the public protection impact fees that year to the capital outlay fund, and $390,000 were spent on the morgue, and $1,872,843 was set aside for the jail. In 2012, 2013, an additional almost $300,000 was transferred to set aside for the jail. In fiscal year 2013, 2014, another almost $142,000 was set aside for the jail expansion. And in 2014, 2015, and 2015, 2016, the jail expansion project continued, but no additional public protection impact fees were transferred to this project. Currently, we're not planning to transfer any more impact fees to the jail, as it is not warranted based on the 5-year report that was presented and approved by your board in 2016. As far as the required 5-year report, the next one is June 2020, as the current one was completed and approved by your board in early 2016. David and Taussig and Associates, Inc. is in the process of finalizing the report and will be brought back to your board on a future date. We did send out the required notices for this hearing on August 21st. Those were sent to the Building Industry Association of Tulare and Kings Counties, the gas company, and the cities of Corcoran, Hanford, Lemoore, and Avenel. We also had the notice published in the Hanford Sentinel on August 28, 2020, and September 4, 2020. With that, staff is recommending that your board conduct a public hearing and adopt the attached resolution, which includes a construction schedule, which is Exhibit A, for public facilities or as detailed within ordinance number 633, establishing development impact fees in Kings County, and adjust the development impact fee amounts based on the percentage change in the engineering use record construction cost index, which is a 3.58% increase, having the new fees become effective November 13, 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. This time we'll open up the public hearing and receive testimony. Melanie, do we have any written testimony? Do we have anybody online that would like to speak? Okay, we'll close the public hearing at this time. And what is your wishes for discussion? Do we increase it just now or do we leave it alone? We're going to go through a big change in our community here coming up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think you're right. And, you know, and I realize it's important to stay current, but there are a couple of propositions on the ballot that may impact the way we do business in the future and everything else. So I think we can just pull the line and see where we're at.
I don't want to deter any new growth in my community at these uncertain times. I mean, I would hate, 3.58, that's a big increase, and not knowing where we're going to go in the next 12 months. Yeah, it'd be nice to collect as much money as possibly can, but don't kick anybody in the shin while they're down.
Yeah, and there's going to be an increased cost of building materials, increased cost of everything as a result of this COVID deal. And this is just going to add insult to injury. So I'm really considering just leaving it zero where we're at, not making any changes and reevaluate. We reevaluated that annually anyway, so we'll get another shot at the apple in 12 months.
And if we don't get any new growth, we're not losing any money.
Correct.
But we don't want to kick anybody away, either go to Fresno County or Kern County.
Correct.
Any more comments? Have a motion?
I'll move that we leave it to adopt no fee increase.
I'll second. We have a motion for no fee increase by Supervisor Neves and a second by Supervisor Bergunis. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Neves?
Yes.
Supervisor Valley?
Aye.
Supervisor Verboen?
Aye.
Supervisor Peterson?
Aye.
Supervisor Fagundes?
Yes. We have 5 in favor. We have chose to no increase at this time. And at this point, public hearing closed. We're done. Okay. We'll move on now to back to our budget hearings. Thank you. And budget hearing, we are on with Dom. We are on DA and prosecution.
Melanie, can you go back one slide? Thank you.
This is District Attorney, which are budget units 216000 to 216900. Volume 1 is on page 56, and Volume 2 is on page 75 to page 85. It is a general fund budget unit. $65.0 FTE recommended for FY 2021. 2.5 FTEs are recommended to be unfunded. They are 1.0 FTE, computer forensic specialist 1.2, 1.0 FTE legal clerk 1.2, legal secretary, and 0.50 FTE investigative assistant. Final budget changes are for their mass victim casualty Mobile Command Center, which was approved by your board on September 1, 2020. Increase intergovernmental revenue by $74,163. Increase capital assets by $74,163. The net expenditure is $8,920,714. The net revenue is $4,704,221, and the net county cost is $4,216,493. This represents a $221,668 decrease in net county costs from FY 19-20 adopted budget, or a 4.99% decrease. Requires a temporary due pass.
Okay, we have temporary, we have a question right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman, just so I'm not interrupting you, do you see, is this feature any good when I hit the raise my hand button? Do you get to see that?
I see Melanie raise a sign that says you have your hand raised.
Oh, okay, okay. Hey, Mr. Chair, I didn't hear any call outs here on the CARES funds for the district attorney, as I've seen a few times already during the project, during the budget hearing. For clarification, did the district attorney get the opportunity to turn in any COVID-related impacts to his department by the women and the men that serve in his office? And if so, were they awarded any? Because I'm not seeing it noted here.
All department heads were given an opportunity. We actually had a detailed documents that they had to fill out. I just need a moment, but I don't think we had anything from the district attorney's office, but I have to go back and check.
Well, Mr. Chairman, as we move forward here, is it appropriate in the hearing right now to just confirm that with DA Fagundes, if he's on the line? I would like to know if there was anything COVID related that may have he may have not been aware of. But today's the day, Mr. Chair, and I just want to feel good moving forward. Can we ask him that?
Yes, sir. District Attorney Keith Fagundes, are you on the line? Could you answer those questions?
Yes, I am. I had checked with my leadership staff, and other than filling out the normal spreadsheet for COVID-19 expenses, there was no discussion whether we had other assets necessary for COVID-19 CARES funds. It was a surprise to me a week or so ago when we allocated $400,000 to computers and other things. I had not had any discussions or received any specific notification that any type of laptops or other technology that we're using to accommodate COVID-19 work is there's no communication in that regard.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I just suggest, so we don't hold up the hearing, that I don't know how long this is going to go, another hour or two, but can we just ask the DA to do a quick review to see if there is any COVID impacts to his department, and ask him to come on later on before when we take up the final vote to take up the budget, and that way we don't hold up the hearing right now. That's only if he's interested or is aware of anything. He can have time to go talk to his staff to see if there was anything that they needed due to COVID impacts to the district attorney's office.
Okay, Rebecca?
Yes, I just want to say that I did reach out to all department heads before July 1. We sent out a request for expenditures from March 1st through June 30th. anticipated expenses from July 1 through December 30th, and unbudgeted item requests for July 1 through December 30th. We did receive responses back from administration, the assessor's office, behavioral health, community development agency, county council, fire department, health department, human resources, human services agency, information technology, library, public guardian, public works, sheriff, and the Department of Finance.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I believe, I'm just saying today's budget day. The DA may have something, he may not. I'd like to give those, give that important department just the opportunity before we wrap up the budget. Like I said, we don't have to stall anything now. We just allow him the opportunity to come back before the end of the day if he has anything.
Okay, thank you. Chief, you got your orders. So we'll move on now. Do I have temporary to pass?
Okay.
Passed by Joe, second by Fagundes. And move on now to the Sheriff Administration.
Okay, next we have the Sheriff's Department, Budget Unit 220000 through Budget Unit 229900. Volume 1 is page 69. Volume 2 is pages 87 through 113. Next slide, please. This is a general fund budget unit. There are 311 FTEs for final adopted budget. Final budget changes are as followed. I'll go through each budget unit, what their changes, and then describe the change because they do have a few. So in Sheriff Administration, Budget Unit 22000, there are increases in service and supply by $60,000. That is due to COVID relief funds that they received that your board approved. Sheriff AB 109, Budget Unit 221500, there's an increase in public safety realignment of $1,116,501. There's increase in regular employees by 79,477. Increases in service and supplies by 6,504. All these changes were approved by the Community Correction Partnership on August 24th. Next, we have the Sheriff Field Operations Budget Unit 222000. Increase in intergovernmental revenues by 513,716. Increase in miscellaneous revenues by 30,000. Increase in salary and benefits by 387,342. Increases in services and supplies by 119,750. These changes were all due to the Sheriff's Office receiving the Community Oriented Policing Federal Grant, also known as the COPS Grant, for the school resource officers, which added 4.0 FTE Deputy Sheriffs 1-2. This was approved by your board in August. Next, we have the Sheriff Rural Crime Task Force, Budget Unit 222100. They increased their salaries and benefits by 2,150. Sheriff Court Security Service, Budget Unit 222300. We decreased the intergovernmental revenues by $61,050. The revenue decrease was in this budget unit is creating a net county cost. However, the sheriff anticipates that there will not be a net county cost in court security services, and additional adjustments will occur throughout the year here in this budget unit. Next, we have the Detentions Jail, Budget Unit 223000. We increased the intergovernmental revenues by 72,992. Increase in miscellaneous revenues by 42,046. Increased services and supplies by 103,000. These changes are due to a few things. We had increases in CDCR intakes held at the jail for COVID related. We had mandatory training for the detentions deputies for their hours. And also we are, there's a program deputy that's being funded by the Prison Inmate Welfare Fund in this budget unit. Those are all due to, those are for the reasons for those increases. And last, we have the Sheriff's Animal Services Shelter, Budget Unit 227710, an increase in services and supplies by 7,000. They now have several buildings to maintain from the mosquito abatement, the old area, so that's due to that increase. So net expenditures for the entire Sheriff's Office is $46,795,031 with a net revenue of $21,726,368. The net county cost is $25,068,663. This budget increase only 0.03% from last year's adopted, or $899,000. Request a temporary due.
And we have a hand up by Supervisor Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think right now is the appropriate time here. As the board may recall, the last two board meetings, Sheriff Robinson, he made, I can't remember the public comments during the COVID update that we get weekly. He came to us with the COVID impacts to his deputies and to his staff, Mr. Chair. I wanted to during the day take that up before the board, and I imagine he's online as well. But if I heard him right, Mr. Chair, as the county, the board, we've allocated care funds in a number of other areas, and rightfully so. We haven't we didn't address some issues that's affecting the men and women in law enforcement. And so if I recall, the sheriff was telling us that some of the impacts by COVID and the school closures, specifically the school closures and the distance learning for the children of our officers and our public safety staff, that they're being impacted in a number of ways, from childcare, now either having to pay for childcare if you can find it, or not having the ability to go out and get childcare due to COVID, Mr. Chair. Some basic needs for the children, in some cases having the deputies and staff having to hire help to take care of their children, to help them through the classroom days on the computer, through the distance learning. Some had to, if I heard him right, even possibly enroll some children in private school just to ensure they not only get education, but childcare while the officers are on shift. And then also, Mr. Chair, some of the officers even having to take non-preferred shifts, whether it's the midnight shift or the one of the other shifts that take them away from their families during regular times. So all that being said, Mr. Chairman, I believe the sheriff was asking us if we can take a look at some of these funds we have, where he could have a program within his department to help offset some of these challenges, some of these costs. And I believe it was low, Mr. Chairman. I think it was something under even $50,000. This wasn't a huge ask. It's something that he was looking to possibly fund from October 1 through the end of the year, and with hopes that, a vaccine is here and we get halfway back to normal. But I think in today's times, Mr. Chair, it's important that we do take a minute here during the budget hearing to hear the sheriff out just one more time, to add to some of what I highlighted from what I recall from this presentation, and possibly the board show some support with our actions today, Mr. Chair, and prioritizing some of these funds here, Mr. Chair. So would you allow the sheriff a minute if he'd like to add on that, if this is still a concern? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If I could, I just want to let the board know that I did send something out to all department heads, and I'm receiving similar feedback across the county, not just in the sheriff's office. The childcare issues, this is a working parent issue across the board. So, I know from personal experience dealing with it. But what I would say just regarding the coronavirus relief funds is that this type of expenditure does not qualify under the CRF program. And I also just want to note that if your board would want to do something, that I would recommend that you go through the bargaining process. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't anticipating those comments, but by the CAO, but before the sheriff comes on, I just want to remind the board as well that the way we spent some of these CARES funds has taken care of numerous other departments. And if I heard the sheriff right, those men and women in uniform feel left out. So right now, what I'm doing is trying to advocate specifically for that department. Anyone else can speak for anybody else, but I'm advocating right now for the sheriffs of Kings County. As far as a major statewide child care issue, the CAO, yes, she's correct. But today, someone needs to stand up for these men and women in uniform. That's where I'm trying to go here, Mr. Chair. So I'll step out the way if the sheriff has any comments. Thank you.
Hey, Sheriff Robinson, you on the line? You want to address those issues?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to have just a few moments to talk about it. And so we have been reaching out to staff and asking, and Ms. Campbell's correct. You know, if it's not just us, I had other department heads reach out to me after I made public comments a couple weeks ago saying that they're having the same or similar issues. And so while there may not be a direct, correlation between using CARES Act funding to pay for somebody's daycare, I do think there's other means in the CARES Act, such as the hazard pay for staff. And so, should every staff member get it if they weren't impacted? Maybe not, but those staff members that were impacted maybe can get something, because it's really not fair. You do have a large faction of employees that do get to work from home, and they have children at home. And so they're getting paid while they're being able to take care of their kids. And then you have a faction of people, like the vast majority of my staff, that don't get that. They have to come to work and they're still impacted, but now they're taking literally pay cuts because they're having to pay for outside childcare, et cetera. And is it across the board for every one of my employees? No. It's a small number of people, but it just seems like there's something that we could do, and not just in my agency, as I said, but it seems like there should be something that we could do some research into to try to figure out if there was a way to do this. I saw recently a news article of a local school district that was doing something for their employees, and so I don't know exactly how it all works, and I'm not the expert in the CARES Act funding. But it seems to me that there should be something that we could do where those people that have been put out, and when we put in our request back in July, this wasn't something that I expected, because we thought school would be back in, obviously late August. And so if there's a way that door can be left open to at least do some further lengthy research into it to figure something out, I would appreciate that, because I really do think it's unfair for many people across the county, including in my department, that are now having to spend extra money or pick different shifts, et cetera, because of this crisis, but yet there's no compensation for them or a means by which they can get reimbursed for out-of-pocket expenses. So I'll leave my comments there. I just hope the door can be left open where we can try to figure out a way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Through the chair, what projected amount, based on your number of impacted staff, Sheriff, would you be looking at for something like this?
So preliminarily, we've had staff take a look at it, and just for those really like the ones with childcare issues, et cetera, where they're spending money out of pocket, and we're looking at an amount of about $15,000 from the staff members that responded. When the CAO sent out, hey, what are your impacts a few weeks ago, we kind of put together a list of what the impacts were. And then just this last week, we went and asked for additional information on how much money are you having to spend out of your pocket. And preliminarily, it's looking at about $15,000 to get people through the end of the year if there was some type of child care reimbursement, et cetera. And I understand that possibly opens up, another issue. But if people are, having to pay money out of their pocket because of this crisis, it seems like there should be an avenue to help that out. So I think it's a small amount, but obviously if you look across the county, that could be a large amount. And so, but for those employees that get to work at home and take care of their kids at home, and it's great for them. But for those that have to be here at work, to me, there should be something done to help those employees out as well. Thank you.
If the board would be willing to entertain getting some answers either from Department of Finance or County Council. But with this being such a small amount of money, a projected $15,000, but versus how huge we could possibly help the men and women in uniform. And I want to be clear, I'm not talking about countywide employees. As the sheriff mentioned, a large part of them have been able to work from home since March. These are 8 to 4 or 9 to 5 positions by our county departments. I'm trying to advocate here and hear out the concerns of men and women in uniform who are working around the clock, 24 hours a day, have a number of stressors in their lives, being on the front lines of COVID, and then just some of the other things, nasty things taking place across the country and in the state of California, Mr. Chair, that I can't even imagine the stress levels on themselves, on shift, or on their families when they're out the door patrolling our county, trying to keep our residents safe. So, Mr. Chair, would the board be willing to entertain going down the road here on the amount of 15,000 and seeing how legally we can create a mechanism? Because we've done it with KCO. We've sent millions of dollars in CARES funds to KCO to cover these same concerns that our sheriff deputies are having. I got to imagine there's a way we could do that within our county. Thanks for hearing me out, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board.
You have a comment?
Well, I have a question for council. I mean, from the standpoint of an employer offering specific opportunities to one segment of our employee rank, I mean, we would be open to numerous challenges in numerous ways, I would imagine. I mean, just looking at if we provided 15,000 to every employee in Kings County, it's $22 million. I'm not sure where we're going to find that.
Well, your point is a good one. And what I would recommend is that the board, if it is inclined to consider this, take it up in closed session. This conversation isn't just about a handful of sheriff's employees. I guarantee you that if the board begins talking about them, the other members of those unions are going to demand some compensation out of fairness to accommodate them. And of course, if you then make the offer to the Deputy Sheriff's Association or the detentions deputies, then virtually every other labor union is going to come in and demand some kind of compensation. This is a bargained benefit that would need to be negotiated in order to ensure fairness and distribution across the employee base. And I don't think it serves the board to take up any dollar amounts as a discussion in open session at this point.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, at this time, do I have a temporary due pass?
Temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass from Supervisor Nev, second by Supervisor Fagundes. We'll move on now to juvenile. You want to take a break? We'll take a 5-minute break at this time. Come back to Juvenile Treatment Center. Yes. Okay, we're at 10:40 and we're back in session and we'll go on now to item 23-3000, the Juvenile Treatment Center.
This is probation department, which are budget units 233-000 to 234-800. Volume 1 is on page 94 and volume 2 starts on page 114 to page 124. It is a general fund budget unit. There are 132 FTE recommended for FY 2021. Recommended to delete 1.0 FTE crime data analyst. 6 are not funded. 2.0 FTE juvenile corrections officer, 1-2 from the Juvenile Treatment Center, and 4.0 FTE deputy probation officer, 1-2 from the probation admin budget unit. The final budget changes: the Juvenile Treatment Center, 23-3000, decrease intergovernmental revenue by $45,000. Revenues are not expected, and they're expected to decrease this coming fiscal year. Increase salaries and employee benefits by $212,357, which is a result of a refunding of 2.0 FTE juvenile corrections officer 1-2 that were previously were unfunded during the proposed budget. Probation AB 109, 233100. The following changes is a result of the Community Corrections Partnership Committee's meeting on August 24, 2020. Increase intergovernmental revenue by $342,608. Increase salaries and employee benefits by $294,727. Increase services and supplies by $202,635. And decrease other charges by $154,754. Continue on to the final budget changes. In probation YOBG 233600, increase services and supplies by $15,000 to transfer computer software expenses to rents and leases software account line. Increase services and supplies by $15,000, which is from the computer software account line. In probation admin 234000, increase salaries and employee benefits by $319,240, which is a result of refunding of 2.0 FTE deputy probation officers 1-2 that were previously unfunded. Increase services and supplies, professional services by $14,710 for a deputy probation officer to the Major Crime Task Force. Decrease services and supplies, computer software by $31,700 to transfer computer software expenses to rents and leases software account line. Increase services and supplies, rents and leases software by $31,700. The net expenditure is $16,359,410. The net revenue is $6,979,713. The net county cost is $9,379,697. This represents a $30,918 increase in net county costs from FY 19-20 adopted budget, or a 0.33% increase. Requires a temporary due pass.
Any questions? Moved by Craig, second by Joe. Okay, we'll go on now to the fire department.
This is fire, which are budget units 241000, 243000. Volume 1 is on page 118, and volume 2 is on page 126 to 130. It is fire fund 300120. There are 88.0 FTE recommended for FY 2021. No final budget changes. The net expenditure is $15,441,669. Their net revenue is $14,372,595. And the net county cost is $1,069,074. This represents a $121,451 increase in net county costs from FY 1920 adopted budget for a 12.82% increase.
I just want to make a number of comments regarding the fire fund. So over the last couple of years, the fire fund has been drawing down its fund. We're approximately $200,000 in contingencies this year for the fire fund. There's a number of reasons for that, mostly because of revenues. The mutual aid state revenue has declined over the last couple of years. And also when your board funded the two-man stations, that was done with a federal grant. That grant is running out. So Chief Bill Smith and I have committed to sitting down, looking at this fund, looking at what options we have moving forward. And Bill Lynch, yeah, Chief Lynch. Yeah, so we'll be, is that what I said? Hopefully that's what I said. We'll be sitting down and looking at this and bringing back any changes that we need to do.
Okay, thank you.
With that, request a temporary do pass.
Temporary do pass.
Joe or Richard? We'll move on now to Ag Commissioner.
This is Agriculture Commissioner here, is budget unit 260000. Volume 1 is on page 132 and volume 2 is on page 132. It is general fund budget unit. There are 24.0 FTE recommended for FY 2021. No final budget changes. The net expenditure is $2,931,707. Their net revenue is $2,140,140. Net county cost is $791,567. This represents a $39,903 decrease in net county cost from FY 1920 adopted budget, or a 4.80% decrease. Request a temporary do pass.
Temporary do pass.
Richard?
Second.
And Craig? Okay, we'll go now to community development.
So this is Community Development Agency, Budget Unit 270000 and Budget Unit 27900. Volume 1 is page 138. Volume 2 is pages 134 through 136. These budget units are general fund, planning, and building inspection. So there are 13.0 FTE recommended for fiscal year 2021 with the following budget changes. In planning, budget unit 27000, they're increasing miscellaneous revenue by $58,416 and an increase in services supplies by $71,507. The increases in the revenues are due to the amended census outreach agreement that came to board on August 4th. And the increase in services supplies is due to the census and also for COVID-19 related impacts. Net expenditures for community for planning is $2,056,031 with a net revenue of $1,106,216 and a net county cost of $892,085. There is a 76% decrease, or about $59,000 decrease in net county costs from last year's adopted budget. This is due to building inspections. Revenues have gone up, meaning they're basically paying for themselves. So this has resulted in a reduction of the net county cost to the county. Request a temporary do pass.
Temporary do pass.
And Joe? Going now to local agency form 8. LAFCO.
Local Agency Formation Commission, the LAFCO, budget unit 28000. Volume 1 is page 148. Volume 2 is page 138. This is the general fund budget unit. There are no final budget changes. This was approved by the LAFCO board, and their net expenditures are at $75,685, with a net revenue of $39,343, with a net county cost of $36,300. There is a 7%, or about $2,200 dollars increase in net county costs from last year's adopted budget. Request temporary due pass.
Do pass.
Joe and Craig, move on now to consolidated courts.
We have the Consolidated Courts Budget Unit 302500, Volume 1, page 152, Volume 2, page 139. Again, this is a general fund budget unit, and the final budget changes are increasing their intergovernmental revenues by $3,000. Net expenditures at $4,594,716, net revenue of $1,451,710, with a net county cost of $3,143,006. There is a 1% decrease in last year's net county cost, or about a $27,000 decrease. We request a temporary due pass.
Craig and Joe. Okay, move on now to child support.
This is Child Support Services, which is Budget Unit 326000. Volume 1 is on page 154 and Volume 2 is on page 141. It is Child Support Services Agency Fund 300180. There are 49 FTE recommended for FY 2021. Recommended to delete 1.0 FTE Fiscal Analyst 1-2, 3.0 FTE Child Support Specialist 1-2. For final budget changes, decrease services and supplies by $2,817 due to COVID impact and to balance the fund. Decrease other charges by $11,509 to reflect the reductions in IT rate that was not included in the proposed budget. Net expenditures is $4,560,140. The net revenue is $4,422,926. Net county cost is $137,214. Request a temporary due pass.
For due pass.
Richard and Craig, move on now to court reporter.
Before we go on, I want to go back a slide. I just want to correct something. If you go back one more, please. Consolidated courts, I just want to point out that the final budget change is actually $35,000 increase to their expenses. That was for AB 109 related costs. So I want to make sure that your board has the correct understanding. I think that was a typo.
So they have 35,000 on top
In revenue
in
for
revenue.
AB 109 revenue.
All right.
Yeah. The numbers at the adopted numbers are correct. I just want to make sure that your board understands the change.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, we're back on court reporter.
This is Court Reporters, which is Budget Unit 327000. Volume 1 is on page 160 and Volume 2 is on page 143. It is General Fund Budget Unit. No final budget changes. Net expenditure is $33,703. Net revenue is $0. So the net county cost is $33,703. It is a 100% county cost of 2 court reporters, Social Security, and retirement. There's a 10.05% increase in net county costs from FY 1920 adopted budget, or a $3,079 increase. Request a temporary due pass.
For due pass.
Richard and Joe. Move on now to grand jury.
Next, we have the grand jury, Budget Unit 328000. Volume 1 is page 161, Volume 2 is page 144. This is the general fund budget unit. Net expenditures are at $113,789 with a net revenue of $0. The net county cost of $113,789. This is a 4.6% decrease in net county costs from last year's adopted budget, or about a $5,500 decrease. There are no final budget changes. That's a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass.
Richard and Joe. We'll move on now to Minors Advocacy Group.
Minor Advocacy, Budget Unit 336300, Volume 1 is page 162, Volume 2 is 145. This is a general fund budget unit. There are 3.6 FTEs recommended for fiscal year 2021. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures are $575,657 with a net revenue of $450,000. Grant county cost is $125,657. This represents a decrease of $170,000 in net county cost from prior year budget or a 26% reduction. And this is due to the dependency case revenue that has gone up, plus a temporary due pass.
Purdue pass. Richard and Craig. Move on now to Fish and Game.
Next, we have Fishing Game, budget unit 635200. Volume 1 is page 169. Volume 2 is page 147. This is a fishing game fund. Net expenditures are at 0. The net revenue is at $695 with the net county cost of 0. There are no final budget changes. That's a temporary due pass.
Joe and Craig. Move on now to contribution to roads.
Contribution to roads, budget unit 311000. Volume 1, page 171. Volume 2, page 148. This is a road fund. There are 21.0 FTEs recommended for fiscal year 2021, which these positions are also reflected in the Public Works Department. Net expenditures are at $16,818,213, with a net revenue of $14,170,513 and a net county cost of $2,647,700. This is a 19% decrease from last year's budget, or about a $623,000 decrease. Request a temporary due pass.
Purdue pass. Richard and Craig. Yep. Okay, Health Department.
Next, we have the Health Department. Budget units 411000 through 419800. Volume 1 is page 174. Volume 2 is pages 151 through 182. Next slide, please. There are 112.8 FTE recommended for fiscal year 2021. We are recommending to add a 1.0 FTE accounting tech, 2.0 FTE supervising public health nurse. In budget unit 419500, recommending to add 1.0 FTE office assistant 3 in budget unit 411600. Recommending to add a 3.0 FTE family resource coordinator in budget unit 411100. We're also recommending to transfer a 1.0 FTE family resource coordinator, transferring a 1.0 FTE senior family resource coordinator, transferring a 1.0 FTE program specialist, a 1.0 FTE office assistant 1/2, recommending to transfer a 1.0 FTE office assistant 3. We are recommending to delete a 1.0 FTE medical billing clerk, 1.0 FTE account clerk 3, 1.0 FTE business application specialist, 1.0 FTE supervising environmental health officer, 1.0 FTE public health office supervisor, 3.0 FTE community health aide 1/2/3. Recommended to delete a 1.0 FTE senior health educator, 2.0 FTE office assistant 1/2, 2.0 FTE WIC nutrition assistant 1/2/3. Recommending to delete 1.0 FTE school readiness coordinator, 1.0 FTE public health office supervisor. Final budget changes are as followed. In health administration, budget unit 411100, we're increasing their intergovernmental revenue by $2,532, increasing their services supplies by $2,532. In budget unit 4113, we are increasing their intergovernmental revenue to $6,384,711, increasing their miscellaneous revenues by $51,000, increasing services supplies by $6,376,687, increase their equipment by $55,110. These changes are due to COVID-19 impacts and the STD program impacts. Moving to Health WIC, which is budget unit 4140. Increase the intergovernmental revenue of $48,100. Increasing services and supplies of $48,100. These changes are due to COVID-19 response funds.
And as Kyria stated, this is where a number of the coronavirus relief funds are budgeted on the health side.
Next, we have budget unit 4150, health tuberculosis, increase in intergovernmental revenue, 28,513, increases in services and supplies by the same of 28,513. Public health emergency prep, budget unit 417400, increase in intergovernmental revenue of 250,759, increase in miscellaneous revenues by 266,298, increases in services and supplies by 517,057. Next, we have the health aids program, budget unit 418500, increase in intergovernmental revenue by 17,193, increase in other charges by the same of 17,193. And these increases were all due to COVID-19. So final budget changes continue. We have the health department grant program, budget unit 419600, increase in intergovernmental revenue of 385,891, increases in salary and benefits 194,128, increases in services and supplies 464,813, increases in other charges 45,806, and increases in cost applied by 318,856. The final budget changes in this budget unit are due to the Adverse Childhood Experience Aware Program. This program was approved by your board and offsets from Human Services Agency for the Family Resource Coordinators. And overall, the net expenditure is at $9,729,202 with a net revenue of $19,071,790, and a net county cost of $657,412. This year's budget does have an increase of 40% in net county cost last year, or about a $191,000 increase. Request a temporary due pass.
Thank you. We have a hands up from Nancy Gerking. Nancy, are you there?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I hear you fine.
Okay, we're not sure that, if you could go back to the slides with the personnel on it. The deletes and add. On the deletes, I think the public health officer, office supervisor is listed twice, which there was only one, and on 4116. And on the transfers, I believe we said that there was 2 transferred for the home visitation, and it was 3. So 3 more have been added back.
Thank you, Nancy. This is Rebecca Campbell. Yes, you're correct, and I apologize for the error. There is only one office supervisor that is requested to be deleted. The other one is staying, and there will be more changes to come on that position.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we will correct the transfer as well. Thank you.
Is there a temporary due pass with changes?
Temporary due pass as amended.
Joe and Richard? Thank you, Nancy. Okay, we'll move on now to Union County Child and Family First.
So first 5, budget unit 432300, volume 1, page 198, volume 2, page 191. This is a Children and Family Trust First Fund, Family First Fund, and this is approved by the first 5 commission. There are no final budget changes. Expenditures are $1,632,495 with a net revenue of the same, resulting in a net county cost of 0. Request a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass, Mr. Chair.
Second. Joe and Richard, and move on now to Behavior Health.
This is Behavioral Health Department, which is budget unit 420000 to 422500. Volume 1 is on page 190, and volume 2 starts on page 183 to page 189. It's a general fund budget unit. There are 60.0 FTE recommended for FY 2021. Recommended to delete 1.0 FTE recovery support coordinator, 1, 2, 1.0 FTE office assistant, 1, 2, and 1.0 FTE behavioral health unit supervisor. 6.0 FTE are unfunded. There are 3.0 FTE prevention coordinator and 3.0 FTE recovery support coordinator, 1, 2. For final budget changes, in the mental health, Kingsview, 420,000, increase the state aid 1991 realignment by $22,534 as a revenue to cover malpractice insurance. Increase services and supplies by $22,534 as an expense portion of malpractice insurance. In the behavioral health admin, 422,500, increase services and supplies by $5,000 with COVID-19 impacts. Net expenditure is $30,733,950. The net revenue is $30,694,400. Net county cost is $39,550, which $34,551 is their maintenance of it. Requires a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Neves and Supervisor Fagundes. We'll move on now to Human Services.
This is Human Services Agency, Budget Unit 510000 to 540000. Volume 1 is on page 205 and Volume 2 is on page 193 to 201. General Fund Budget Units. There are 465.0 FTE recommended for FY 2021. Final budget changes. Add the following positions: 2.0 FTE social service worker 1, 2, and 3. 1.0 FTE employment and training worker 1, 2. 1.0 FTE human services office supervisor and 4.0 FTE office assistant 1, 2. Increase intergovernmental revenue by $4,320,958 from the coronavirus relief funds from the state county medical services program, CMSP, and from the federal government welfare administration. Increase salaries and employee benefits by $444,906, which is for the additional 8.0 FTE recommended to add. They are 50-50 federal and state funded. Increase services and supplies by $3,351,309 for projected COVID-19 related departmental expenses, also a 50-50 federal and state funded. Increase other charges by $524,743 for additional housing related programs. This is also a 50-50 federal and state funded. Net expenditure is $107,017,164. Your net revenue is $104,161,463. The net county cost is $2,855,701. This budget includes the infusion of 5% of behavioral health realignment revenue of $129,491. The required hearing is set for today at 2 p.m. This represents an $87,866 increase in net county costs from FY 19-20 adopted budget, or a 3.17% increase. Requires a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass. Richard Fagundes and Supervisor Neves.
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out that in this budget unit, this is where you'll find $250,000 of the coronavirus relief funds for the Project Roomkey project.
255,000. Okay, thank you. Move on out to JTO.
Next, we have the Job Training Office, Budget Unit 574300, 594100, 594200, 594400. Volume 1 is page 216. Volume 2 is page 202 to 206. Job Training Fund. There are 25.0 FTE recommended for fiscal year 2021. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures at $6,338,146 with a net revenue of the same. The net county cost is 0. JTO is 100% federal and state funded with 0 net county cost to the county. This budget increased by $593,476 or 10% from last year's adopted. Request for temporary due pass.
Supervisor Peterson and Joe Nevs. Move on now to library.
This is library, which is budget unit 620000. Volume 1 is on page 221 and volume 2 is on page 207. It is library fund 300100. There are 17.51 FTE recommended for FY 2021. Recommended to delete 0.88 FTE library assistant 3 and add 0.88 FTE library assistant 1, 2. The final budget changes: increase intergovernmental revenue by $25,000 due to COVID-19 impact. Increase special department expenses by $25,000, which is for coronavirus related expenses. The net expenditure is $2,299,556. Net revenue is $2,102,441. The net county cost is $197,115, which is the net drawdown from the library fund balance. This represents a $266,611 decrease in net county cost from FY 19-20 adopted budget, or a 57.49% decrease. Request a temporary due pass.
Thank you. And I think we have a hand up by Supervisor Valley.
Very quick, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can I ask staff what the reserve account is for the library? As I remember it, that was one of the largest reserves we had at the county by department.
Looking it up.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisors, it's $260,336.
260,000.
Yes. They also have a contingency, which we will get to later, of $4,829,428. This was one area that they were saving to do some of their construction projects.
Yes, sir. That's the number that I remember last year, and so that was sticking in my mind when we were talking about CARES funds 2 weeks ago, and $25,000 in CARE funds for this department when they have that huge reserve. And so at this point, no changes, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to note that as we have a possible discussion later on one of the sheriff's requests. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Temporary due pass by Supervisor Nevs and Fagundes. Move on now to the UC extension.
So this is UC Cooperative Extension, budget unit 630000. Volume 1 is page 228. Volume 2 is page 210. This is a general fund budget unit. There is 1.0 FT recommended for fiscal year 2021. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures at $181,622. A net revenue of 0 and a net county cost of $181,622. There is a 4.4 decrease, or about $8,500 decrease from last year's adopted budget. Request a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Peterson and Fagundes. Move on now to Parks and Recreation.
This is Parks and Recreation, budget unit 712000. Volume 1 is page 235. Volume 2 is page 212. This is a general fund budget unit. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures at $2,573,869 with a net revenue of $1,460,100 and a net county cost of $1,113,769. This budget decreased by $39,000 from last year, or about 3%. plus the temporary impacts.
Supervisor Neves and Supervisor Fagundes. Move on now to public facilities.
This is Public Facilities Fund, which starts from Budget Unit 187301 to Budget Unit 187306. Volume 1 is on page 237 to 245, and Volume 2 starts on page 213 to page 218. This is part of the general fund. We just did the public hearing. No final budget changes. As mentioned earlier, the impact fees have a total reserve of $6,709,080 as of June 30, 2020. Request a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass. Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Neves. And we'll move on now to the next one.
Next, we have building projects, budget unit 700000, volume 1, page 246, volume 2 is page 19. This is the capital outlay fund. Final budget changes are as followed. Increase in miscellaneous revenue by $480,000. Increase in revenue financing sources by $7,616,000. Increase in expenses in capital assets, $6,483,111. So the next slide will show you the proposed final recommended capital projects. So I'll kind of go line by line and also explain where the funding source comes from those. So number one, you have the HSA HVAC replacement. That's state funded, 100% state funded. We have the service HVAC unit. That's general fund. That's capital. We have the central plant continuum. That is, we proposed, it was proposed at 75,000 and we're proposing final of 0.
Curia, if there's a change in the amount for the project, could you call that out? Thank
Let me
you.
go back. Sorry about that. I was looking at this chart. So the HSA HVAC replacement, it was proposed at 120,000 and proposed final is 15,000. Again, that one is state funded. The service HVAC unit, it was proposed at 80,000 and proposed final for 80,000, and that's capital. Central plant continuum was proposed at 75,000 and we are proposed final at 0, and that was capital. The Hickey Park well, proposed at 169,000, that's proposed final at 169,000, and that's offset by the fleet fund. Admin enclosure, it was proposed at 30,000 and proposed final is 38,000, and that is a capital expense. HR remodel, the window closure, it was proposed at 18,000 and proposed final is 12,000, that is capital expense. DA remodel, it was proposed at 18,000 and proposed final is 18,000, and that is capital as well. Next, we have the HSA lobby flooring. It was proposed at 130,000 and proposed at final is 130,000, and that is state funded. The HSA call center was proposed at 15,000 and proposed final is 25,000, and that is state funded. HSA Corcoran recap remodel, it was proposed at 25,000 and that changed to proposed final to 120,000, and that is state funded. The Avenel and Lemoore renovations, that was proposed at 500,000 and proposed final is at 500,000, and that is going to be offset by public facility fees. We have the switchgear test, proposed 65,000, proposed final is 65,000, and that is a capital expense. Manhole inspection, 52,000 proposed final is at 52,000, and that is a capital expense. Government center gutter seal is proposed at 48,000, proposed final is 48,000, that is a capital expense. Tent service was proposed at 52,000, proposed final is 52,000, and that is a capital expense. We're adding a capital project consultant that was proposed 0 and proposed final is 135,000. This would be bringing someone in to complete our large projects that we have coming in the future. We have a number of large projects, and this would be bringing an outside consultant part-time to navigate through these projects. Right now, it's a capital cost, but we would try and hope to reimburse to pay for this cost by the project's budget if possible. The access control system, it was proposed at 0, and that was a rollover, so proposed final is 16,000. We just didn't include it in the recommended. And that is a capital expense. The fascia board dry rot health department project was at proposed 34,000 and proposed final was 34,000. That is a capital project, capital expense. The central plant work that was proposed at 275,000, proposed final is at 275,000. That is a capital expense. Replace roof is at 50,000. Proposed final is at 50,000. That is a capital expense. Facility improvements ADA was proposed at 25,000. Proposed final is at 25,000. That is a capital expense. The campus plan is proposed at 75,000. Proposed final at 75,000. That is a capital expense. The fire stations 4 and 5, that was proposed at 103,400. Proposed final is 6,616,000, and that is transfer in from the high-speed rail fund. The courts remodel was proposed at 2,163,106. Proposed final is 2,163,106, and that is funded by capital and also by public facility fees. 719,000 is funded by capital fund, or 1,443,000 is funded by public facilities. Clarify that. Sheriff's operation building was recommended at 6,674,307, and proposed final is at 7,824,307. This is a capital expense, but last year 7 million was transferred in from the state. The Kingsview upgrade project, it was recommended at $882,383, and it is proposed final to change to 317,414. That is funded by the state. Burris and Hickey Park upgrades enhancement was recommended at 0. Proposed final is 480,000. This is a capital expense, but there was a match. This is the match portion for this grant. Sheriff's evidence building was proposed at 1,575,000. Proposed final is 525,000. There's a capital expense of 425,000, and then 100,000 will come from public facility fees. Simulcast, it was proposed at 172,570. Proposed final is $132,050, which is a rollover, and that is a capital expense. The Stratford lift station was proposed at 1 million. Final recommended is 1 million, and this is coming in from the road funds. Kettleman City curb gutter and sidewalk was recommended at 3 million. Proposed final is 3 million. 2 million is loan proceeds, and 1 million is coming from roads. Success Dam, last project, Success Dam was recommended at 46,944. Proposed final is 46,944, and that's a capital, and that's also a rollover project from the prior year. So total recommended was 17,473,710. Proposed final now overall is 24,038,821. Net expenditures are at 24,038,821 with a net revenue of 14,154,288, with a net county cost of 9,884,533. At this time, we request temporary due pass.
Temporary. Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Neves. Move on now to Kings County SB 1022 project.
Okay, next one is the Kings County SB 1022 project, third phase of the jail. This is budget unit 700-001. Volume 1 is page 246. Volume 2 is page 220. This is a capital outlay fund. The final budget changes are as followed. Increase in intergovernmental revenue by 3,017,126. The change is due to the revenue rolled over, and this is the last claim that we were going to get from the state. Net expenditures at 251,311. So there's a net revenue of $3,017,126. Request a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Neves, Supervisor Fagundes. Move on now to AB 900 project.
Next, we have AB 900 project budget unit 700002. Volume 1 is page 246. Volume 2 is page 221. This is a capital outlay fund. There are no final budget changes. This project is completed and there is no budget recommended. This budget is shown for historical purposes, and this was the phase 2 of the jail. Request temporary due pass.
Supervisor Neves, Supervisor Fagundes. And we'll go on now to the SB 81 project.
This is the Kings County Juvenile Center remodel and expansion project under SB 81. This is budget unit 700003. Volume 1 is on page 249 and volume 2 is on page 222. It is an accumulated capital outlay fund budget unit. There is one final budget change, an increase of $20,342 to capital assets due to adjustments at the end of fiscal year 19 and 20. Net expenditure is $11,238,943, and the net revenue is $11,130,000. The net county cost is $108,943. Your board initially approved $2,063,000 cash match in capital funds for the project in FY 15 and 16, and an additional $600,000 from the Mental Health Services Act capital funds in FY 16 and 17. So as an update of the project, we are looking at going to bid in the middle of November, pending the State's Department of Finance approval, and construction is estimated to start early in 2021. Request a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass. Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Peterson. Move on now to pension obligation.
Next, we have pension obligation bonds, budget unit 900-100. Volume 1 is 254, volume 2 is page 223. This is a pension obligation fund 70. No final budget changes. Net expenditures are at $1,447,279 with a net revenue of the same. There is a zero net county cost. Request a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Neves. Go on now to AB 900. Nope, construction. Yeah.
Next, we have our construction debt, budget unit 900-300. Volume 1 is page 255. Volume 2 is page 224. This is the general fund. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures at $944,609. With the net revenue the same. There is a zero net county cost. Request a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Neves, Supervisor Peterson. Go now to AB 900.
Next, we have the 2014 AB 900 jail bonds, which is budget unit 900-400. Volume 1 is page 256. Volume 2 is page 225. These are jail bond refunds. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures $485,000. The net revenue is the same. There's a net county cost of $0. Plus a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass. Fagundes and Neves. Go on now to refunding of bonds.
Next, we have the 2005 jail bond refunding, budget unit 900-500. Volume 1 is page 257. Volume 2 is page 226. This is a jail bond refunding fund. No final budget changes. Net expenditures are at $675,825 with a net revenue of the same. There's a zero net county cost. Request a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Neves, Supervisor Peterson. And we'll go on now to HSA modular debt.
HSA modular building debt is budget unit 900-600. Volume 1 is page 258. Volume 2 is page 227. This is a building debt fund. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures at $625,200 with net revenue of $625,200 with a zero net county cost. Plus a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Peterson, Supervisor Neves. We'll go on now to the contingencies.
This is the contingencies, which are budget units 990-000 to 991-600. Volume 1 is on page 260 and volume 2 is on pages 228 to 236. So with all the changes, the final contingencies are for the general, the proposed was 8,907,231, and the final is $9 million with a difference of $92,769. For the library, it was proposed at $4,151,516, and the final is $4,829,428 with a difference of $677,912. For the roads, proposed was $5,285,983, and the final is $9,313,852 with a difference of $4,027,869. For fire, proposed was $356,500, and the final is $206,336 with a difference of $150,164. For fish and game, the proposed was $15,384, and the final is $15,766 with a difference of $382. For the capital outlay, the proposed was $1,233,601, and the final is $1,113,797, the difference of $119,804. The law library, the proposed was $80,773,000. The final is $76,828 with a difference of $3,945. For child and family first, the proposed was $1,055,640, and the final is $852,533 with a difference of $203,107. For child support, the proposed was $171,674, and the final is $11,517 with a difference of $160,157. Request a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass. Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Neves. Move on now to information technologies.
This is Office of Information Technology, which is budget unit 195000 to 195900. Volume 1 is on page 262 and volume 2 is on pages 237 to 247. It is an internal service fund, 500200. There are 36.0 FTE recommended for FY 2021. The final budget changes are increased to intergovernmental revenue by $34,386 for COVID-19 impacts, increased special department expenses by $34,386, which is for COVID-19 related expenses. The net expenditure is $6,699,421. The net revenue is $6,158,338. It is an internal service fund that charges out its rates based on departmental expenses. This represents a $391,937 decrease in expenditure from FY 19-20 adopted budget, or a 5.53% decrease. So the administration will continue to work with the Information Technology Department, find ways to mitigate technology costs in the future. Request a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass. Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Neves. And we'll go on now to Parks and Grounds. Nope,
Liability self.
liability self-insurance, sorry.
Next, we have liability self-insurance budget 867000. Volume 1 is page 250, volume 2 is page 248. This is a self-insured insurance fund. Net expenses at $2,502,694 with the net revenue the same. There's zero net county cost. There are no final budget changes. Request a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Peterson, Supervisor Neves. Move on now to health, self.
Next, we have the health self-insurance budget unit 868000. Volume 1 is page 254, volume 2 is page 239. This is health self-insurance ISF fund. There are no final budget changes. There's a net expenditure of $17,626,176 with a net revenue of $17,959,344. There are no final budget changes. Request a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Neves. Move on now to employee health.
Next, we have the Kings County Employee Health Center, budget unit 868500. Volume 1 is page 256, volume 2 is page 240. This is a self-insurance ISF fund. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures, $722,539 with a net revenue of 0. This is a 15% decrease since last year's adopted budget, or about $128,000 decrease. This is due to us changing the vendor and their contract being lowered. That's a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Neves. Workers' compensation.
Next, we have the workers' compensation budget unit 869000. Volume 1 is page 258, volume 1 is page 258, volume 2 is page 241. This is a self-insurance fund. There are no final budget changes. Net expenditures at $1,316,486 with a net revenue of $80,000 with a net county cost of $1,236,486. This budget increased 4% from last year's adopted, or about a $30,000 increase. Plus a temporary due pass.
Supervisor Neves, Supervisor Peterson. Now we'll go to Parks and Grounds, Public Works.
And last, we have Public Works Department, budget unit 925300, 925600, 925700, 925900, 926100, and 926500. Volume 1 is page 259. Volume 1 is page 259. Volume 2 is page 242. This is internal service funds. Next slide. There are 80.0 FTE recommended for fiscal year 2021, which includes 21.0 FTE from budget unit 311000, road construction and maintenance. Final budget changes are as follows. In Public Works, Parks and Ground, budget unit 925300, we're increasing in fees for service revenues, 6,062. Increase in expenditures, services and supplies, 6,062. Small adjustments for communication expenses. In Public Works Fleet, budget unit 925600, increase in other revenues by 100,000. Increase of revenue by 53,334. Increase in equipment by 607,311. The increase in revenues was due to revenues from the airport for some vans and also for the Hickey Park well repayment. And again, the increase in the equipment was for the vans. That was previously not budgeted and was rolled over, so we're adding it this year. Next, we have Public Works Building Maintenance, budget unit 925700. We're increasing their intergovernmental revenue, 40,685. There was a change in expenditures due to some communication changes. Increase in services supplies by the same amount. Public Works Surveyor, budget unit 926100. We're decreasing their intergovernmental revenues by 446. IT change. And in Public Works Administration, 926500, decreasing intergovernmental revenue by 11,234. This is due to staff change. Then increase in other charges by 223. Overall, their net expenditures are $11,104,323 with a net revenue of $9,780,358 with a net county cost of $1,424,893. This is a 6.4% decrease from net county costs from the prior adopted budget year, or about a $91,000 decrease, plus a temporary due pass.
Temporary due pass. Supervisor Fagundes, Supervisor Neves. Okay.
So we are on final actions. We are the close of budget hearings. At this time, we ask direct staff to bring back the final budget resolution.
So I just want to say thank you to the board for working with us throughout the year. Thank you for getting through this process with the budget hearings. So I would ask if you have any questions or if you would just like us to move forward and we'll bring back the final budget resolution.
Were we gonna hear anything back from the district attorney's office?
Not sure. He had his work cut out for him.
Yeah, so I don't know if you want to close it now. We have a public hearing at 2:00. I don't know if we ought to just leave that open and just try to get any comments back from the district attorney's office.
Keith, are you on the line? Are we going to hear back from you?
I am on the line. I have my staff looking into some things. So where some confusion came in is that the last discussion for CARES request moving forward, I scoured my emails. I didn't find it in mine. Of course, I get 130 to 150 a day. My fiscal analyst didn't get it, neither did the other supervisors. So there was no verbal communication either as far as the CARES money being used for assets or for any assistance for COVID relief moving forward. And I'm told the discussion has been laptop computers are what other departments are using for COVID relief for remote access. We had, I forget how many, 12 computers last year were slated to be refreshed. They were not because of budget constraints last year, to my understanding. I could be wrong on that as to the reason. And then, of course, they were put off this year. We don't have them slated to be refreshed either. As of Friday, I was bringing my laptop to an attorney to go to court and use it because their laptops are failing and we're starting to lose them. And now we're having attorneys trade laptops, which is never conducive to remote access on a regular basis. So I know that the price tag for the refresh last year that was put on hold was, for what we actually need, was upwards of $70,000. And then my staff also reports that we did report what our expenses had been up through June as far as the COVID, and we did report that. So if there are COVID-related expenses not attributed to our office, then there's just confusion or an oversight somewhere. But I think at the moment, not to hold up the budget hearings, I would think the board would just do a temporary review pass and approve as is, leaving further discussions and further board agenda items moving forward for any additional CARES money if that's available for this refresh.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Rebecca, you want to add to it?
Well, I would just say that I would just take your board's direction on, as we come back, giving COVID-19 updates on a weekly basis. At some point, we're going to come back. I believe we're giving an update on the small business program next week. So as we do that, we can have discussion with the DA and see truly what the needs are and look at that and look at the refresh program, look at everything, all the factors involved, and then see if we need to make some adjustments.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you. Yes, thanks to all the staff for all your hard work and all the departments and putting the budgets together. I know it's always difficult. Special call out, I think, we had a presentation by our finance department with respect to reserves and the amount of time that if we got into a significant issue, we had reserves to, basically make it through about 3 months of payroll. And so just a thank you to taking a bite at the apple. I think we need to continue to focus on strategic reserves, and we need to work very hard in building those reserves, especially, they're going to pay dividends in challenging times. And I don't know if we've been through a more challenging time and what's going to come our way, but just thanks for taking a bite at the apple. And I would encourage you to continue to work and follow that very closely.
Thank you. Supervisor Valley has hand up. Supervisor?
Yes, he was Chair. I'll be brief. I also want to thank staff. I know they worked all through the weekend and late nights. Special thanks to our CAO, Rebecca Campbell, and her team for all the the work they've done. I believe this is a good budget. I believe this is a good, solid budget. And in all fairness, Mr. Chair, when you look around the state as it relates to COVID, some of the articles I read, even up until yesterday, counties that are bigger than ours, Bay Area, county personnel just publicly in the newspaper, just saying, hey, look, with COVID and the amount of resources that we get as a county, we can't, we can't put our hands around this issue. Just the stories that I read yesterday just kind of made me refocus to our county and how small we are, and the fact that we only got 15.6 million. And it's hard to meet this challenge as it relates to COVID. And so with the little bit that we got compared to other counties, man, I think we're doing what we can here, sir. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, for point of clarification on the sheriff's item, can we schedule that closed session prior to coming back out with the final budget agenda item? I believe there's time for that. And I know council said not to have any financial amounts discussed. And so we stopped doing that. But just for the point of clarification for the public, it was only a grand total of just over $13,000 for the total program, not per employee. So just for anyone who was hearing that part, I don't want anyone to mistake that as up to $15,000 per employee. And I would look for direction on the scheduling of a closed session of that item, Mr. Chairman. And thank you.
Okay, thank you.
For-
Council.
For clarification, Mr. Chair, my understanding is that the budget needs to be adopted by the 17th, which is,
Well, the budget needs to open budget hearings by September 18th.
okay.
And so we have to have a final budget book to the state controller's office by December 1st. So we would like to bring back the budget and get moving on getting this finalized. And then if there's any changes, like I said, with the district attorneys, we'll do that on any Tuesday.
And I think, with COVID happening and no vaccine out, this is ongoing. We may be doing this for several years, if not longer. So we can be discussing this any Tuesday that we feel the need to. As far as items to come to each department head, we're willing to work with them. If they need any upgrades, we can do what we can. If we can use CARES Act money, that would be great. But if we can't, you got to get the work done too. They got to have the tools to get their job done. This time, I'd like to thank the staff as well. I think Rebecca worked hard on this. I think they did a couple 13-hour days this weekend. And I want to thank Kyria for coming back. I know these are uncertain time, unprecedented issues that we've had here. Dom, I want to thank you for your hard work too. You were here each time I came by this weekend. So, and also the finance department, Jim Erb coming and saying, we got to be careful here. We don't have any reserve. We can only go for maybe 2.5, 3 months. So we need to start building that back up in case we have another issue. I mean, we've seen the wildfires right now. We're lucky we don't have any forest in our district. That's going to hurt tremendously. I feel bad for the people that are affected as far as helping our individual employees out with childcare and all that kind of stuff. I mean, just the newness of the fires the last 2 weeks has probably impacted our fire personnel just as much as our sheriff personnel, if not more. So when we take a look at this issue, we need to look at everybody the same. I know Rebecca has 2 small kids, Kyria has kids. I'm lucky I don't have any small kids. I don't know what I would do right now. It has to be hard for every single individual in the United States, if not the world. Everybody has to deal with COVID, whether you are working harder or working from home or not having a job or having, to work from home and including a paycheck. We're all affected in any one way. So with that said, these are unprecedented times, and I want to thank staff for putting this budget book together. I really do appreciate it. It didn't seem that to be that harmful on my end, which is good. But I know you guys put a lot of dedication into it. So thank you. At this time, I'll take a motion to bring back this budget.
Move that line, Mr. Chair. Okay.
Moved by Supervisor Neff, second by Supervisor Fagundes. Any questions or comments? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Nevs,
Yes.
Supervisor Valley,
Aye.
Supervisor Verboen,
Yes.
Supervisor Peterson,
Aye.
Supervisor Fagundes.
Yes.
5 in favor. We've approved the budget book as presented, and we look forward to you bringing it back to us. And ongoing discussions with issues we talked about. Okay, we'll be back here at 2:00. This public hearing is closed. Thank you.
Hey, Melanie, same link at 2:00?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Are we on? I can't hear anything coming out of the chambers.
Can you hear us now?
Thank you.
Yes. All right, thanks.
We're there.
You want to start over here?
Did you hear the presentation, Supervisor?
No, sir, but I'm okay. If you guys don't need me, I'll stay on and you do what you gotta do. I didn't hear anything.
Okay, go ahead with your question.
Yeah. No, we continue to see, falling numbers, yet we're expected to, provide the programs and how, evaluating those programs and what it costs the county and making some really difficult decisions on, do we carry those on or do we just shift it back to the state and say, sorry, we can't do it for that. I know that puts probably us at risk of, even further cuts, but I don't know how your thoughts and from a legal perspective on, this whole business of being tied to the state and diminishing, funding with higher expectations.
Right. So this is the 1991 realignment, 2011 realignment, public safety realignment. These health realignment funds are all funded with the state sales tax due to the economic shutdown. They did receive some large impacts to the realignment funds. Social services, they don't keep a balance. What comes in, they use throughout the years. But behavioral health and health department, they have kept a balance. So they're working on their budgets and trying to manage that with the impacts. We did all coordinate together. We actually put together a realignment working group of department heads for all of those department heads that are affected by health realignment. And we did work on a solution for this year. And so we came down to the agreement that we would not pull the transfer from health department. We would lower the transfer from behavioral health because they are being impacted. So that was an agreement between all of the department heads and administration that we came to. So it's just really trying to look ahead, looking at what the state is helping or not helping us with and coming to an agreement and making sure we balance that out countywide.
Right. But my fear is that the way we balance that is through the general fund and at some point we're taking the funds that are, going to support public safety and fire and once again, being mandated to spend those important dollars to, be friends with the state because, like the juvenile justice program, they're just going to kill it and give it back to us and say, by the way, here's all these regulations and, because we do things so inefficiently, it costs us $350,000 per person. And we think you're probably going to have to pay more to do that, but that's okay. It's on you. And
so just a note about that for health department and behavioral health, we do have a maintenance of effort with those departments and we are maintaining that this year.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Supervisor Neves and Supervisor Peterson. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Neves?
Yes.
Supervisor Valley?
I'll abstain, Mr. Chair, for missing the presentation.
Supervisor Boone?
Yes.
Supervisor Peterson?
Aye.
Supervisor Fagundes?
Yes.
And we have approved it 4 in favor and 1 abstention. And for the record, Supervisor Valley, we went ahead and did what was recommended on the agenda, which is a 5% transfer. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Meeting is adjourned. See you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Round 2.
Thank you.